Alright then, I believe we are live now. Yes, we are. Let's go ahead and get our flight plan off. Oh, spoiler. Now I'm gonna get the thumbnails. We're taking the a380 tonight. Are there routes that involve the Nugra to hotel arrival? For Heathrow. There. That one takes us quite far up. What about that one? That one. Nugra. Yeah, we'll go that one. That route there. Then, in terms of fuel planning, let's go. Go ahead and do that. Generate flight. Oh, I'm chilly now. It's actually quite cold down here. It's about 6 degrees down here. File on VATSIM radar. VATSIM. Super. Flight plan filed. Okay. We're using a380 today, which means we are joystick. We are taking the joystick today. Which is nice, if you ask me. I actually kind of missed joystick flying. So, actually, both about the same. Probably isn't going to need Boeing today, unfortunately. That's fine. Interesting. If we had a good version of the 747, we'd be using that guy all the time. I don't want to be watching down there, but okay, so you're gonna get up. You're gonna get up and loaded. And it is actually really chilly on here. It is really frosty. I have to wonder if we have a blocked event or something, because the upstairs is the exact opposite. It's quite toasty upstairs. I'm just going to bring that up because it is actually really late. I wonder if there's like a way to see. I don't have to come out of it. Don't remember, is this for though? That ain't the same. Okay. Come on, Sim. You gotta get up. Sim, you gotta get up. Might be some time for some tea, but I don't have a clean mug right now, so. Yeah, and then I think on Friday, I think that's our plan. I think our plan for Friday for some short calls, so you don't get to call before. I did miss my short calls though. Yeah, but tonight, once we're airborne, I have to do some schoolwork, and then maybe reconvene after that. I wonder what's the looking like, or what's VATSIM radar looking like. Heathrow's not busy at all. We got Boston, and then we got no one for Baltimore. As usual. You got one Southwest ticket. Moby flight up. Moby Flight is the software I use for my radio panel here. I built it myself, which has been beyond useful, to be clear. It's been beyond useful. Yeah, this radio panel here, definitely a good build. Come on now, son. To be clear, it's still faster than 2024. It's only taking about 8, not even 22 minutes, about 7 minutes now. No, it's 8 minutes. But still, so much faster than 2024. 2024, we have to like get up this in like a whole hour before we plan on lockdown events and stuff. Now we are the only ones. Taking the a380 today. Cruise altitude, flight level 370. Plan around 6 hours. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, that'll turn into 7. Clear. There we go. Now we're in the sim. Swap out our dual engine aircraft with the beautiful Super. We are good for Echo 3. Actually, we're gonna go Echo 5 for today because we are so wide. We take up the space of like 4. We take up the space of like 3 stands right now. Okay, let's go and get the V pilot up. Go and get the V pilot up. And what can be our cell count for the day? It's actually a very important question. And we'll take a look at what it says our cell count is going to be. And we'll see if there's a place for our new hobby log on, so they can try to get ATIS automatically. So. That did not sound very good with this chair. Yeah, this chair's not broken. This chair that actually Mom had, she bought it from Staples. I went with her. And then I ended up, and then she wanted to get rid of it. I needed an upgrade for the chair. I think it was when we started this channel. When we were using the T-Flight host, which I still have, by the way. With like the G desks right here. Right, the computer's not. I mean, the computer's powerful, but just barely. I think we were using the 4060. You can't quote me on that. Okay, just for 2 mutually yet. And we are in a 388. Then Hotel Charlie. Like, is our stock counts for today. I love how it gives us the. Oh yeah, auto ATC already. Weather. Real time, please. Yeah, this is much more accurate to what it is for real time. Let's go and get all those on. Let's go and get all the beautiful batteries on. Go and get all the screens up and running. Oh wait, here's a question. Oh, this is annoying. Oh, shit. We can't use this radio here. Ouch. That's gonna suck. Maybe we can. Let me actually go ahead and very quickly verify our controls. I have one for the a380. Okay. Now I'm gonna take a look here. Third-party options. Sim options. Auto. Let me think. Go look here. Aircraft options. Okay. That's fine. Okay, we can go and get those guys on. Okay. Let's make sure we're listening in on VHF2. VHF2, by the way, is going to, we'll set that to 122.8. And then VHF1 was set to 119.4. And then we'll turn off VHF1 when the time comes again. Anyway, import from SimBrief. Okay. Init. We can go and request that flight plan. Link in progress. Okay. Give it a second. Now we can go and read our auto ATC. Please squawk 5664 in the box. In the box. Good clicking on. Really? It's not going. Oh, received now. It's received. That's about to say it's gonna be a really long day. Receive company flight plan. Let me take a look here. HF. VHF. This is not going. We might change over to the 350 today. It's 842. Yeah, let's go ahead and swap over to the A350 and I'll very quickly. Yeah, let's go ahead and get the A350 up, and we will go ahead and. We're gonna just dash my mark. Sorry, I said 400 or so passengers who are not able to fly with us anymore. we're gonna end up taking the A350 today, and I'll correct everything that's right there. I'm just refollowing her around here. So we're gonna swap over to the A350. Hotel Charlie, Mike is still our
Baltimore traffic, ready flight 622, crossing runway 15 left, taxi left.
Expecting that at all. I was not expecting that at all. Let's go ahead and swap over into the A350. The 1000 variant is what we need. And we'll go like a 5 as well. Charlie. Yeah, swap over to the A350, which I'm not thrilled about, but I do want to fly an Airbus plane with the newer style of FMC, so or FMS, flight management system, or flight management computer, same thing. I think anyway. Yeah, I do actually miss the A350. It's just that the physics of it are not in any way, shape, or form realistic at all. And that's my issue. But once we're airborne, we'll go ahead and mess around with the hobby log on though. Mess around with the hobby and colors. Weather. There we go. We'll go ahead and quickly adjust the settings to be default, actually. I like model of Toga, to be honest. You can get those on alignment. Oh wait, actually no, but hopefully we're to the batteries on. Yeah, I actually genuinely like or prefer the different type of settings. Five, 6, 6, 4. Okay, let me go ahead and take a look here. And I believe that this will work now. It will. Yeah, it will. 122.8. But we do have to turn it on in this aircraft. I'm trying to make that 122. Actually, I want to make this guy 122.8. Make sure we're listening in on 122.8 now, and then we can go ahead and make sure we're listening. Make sure we're transmitting on 119 decimal. And the reason that I say 119.4 is because 119.4 is the Baltimore CTAF frequency. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and actually we probably need to update our nav data real quickly. Options, 30, update. Yeah, we need to go ahead and update our nav data real quickly. Otherwise, we're not going to see stuff like the new 2 hotel arrival for Heathrow. Yeah, we're going to take. Give it a moment. In the meantime, though, I can go ahead and go to orbital. We got this. Ready? Nav database. Yeah, that's out of date. Options. Let me take a look here. And then we actually go ahead and refresh the FMS. I know very quickly. Refresh the FMS here. Yeah, it's gonna be 9:30 before we get up in the air. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and restart now. Yeah, that means reset. So, anyway, we're using the new Grid 2 hotel arrival for Heathrow today, and that is different now. Because that is in the most recent nav cycle. Or area cycle. That is new to the most recent area cycle. And so it is important that we actually do this right. Okay. It's a little broken, a little slow right now. Oh, that's going. 119. Yes. 4. Make sure we're transmitting on that guy. And then make sure we're listening in on 22.8. Yes, there we go. Oh yes, not available. Or, yeah, but that gets fixed in a moment. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look here. OFP. Check. We can load sheet. Sim brief import. Set that. In the meantime, then we can go ahead and go into our. Damn, this plane is actually like just really broken for us right now. Why is it that this plane is so broken for us right now? Ladies and gentlemen, for the third time today, we're going to have to swap out our aircraft. Which aircraft are we going to swap out with? The answer is going to be so we've tried now the a380, we've tried now the a350. Why did I talk about the a350 or the a380? Because that nav cycle, that was also out of date, and because stuff wasn't working right. So swapped out that now. You have two options. You can take a shitty Dreamliner, which or we could take a 7.4. 7.4 is an option. Not a great one though. So we're not gonna do that. Let's that leaves us one option. One singular fucking option. The 777. We're gonna do it differently though. We're gonna use the 777-300 today. The 777-300 because it has been ages since we last was with that thing. Uh-oh. Three more. I need to go ahead and... Right, let's get in the 777-300. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda sick of flying triples. I'm kinda sick of flying triples, but at the same time, though, they are good aircraft and they work. At least we get to use the, oh damn, that exception was the female, wasn't it? Just make sure that our fuel is still set correctly. That is. Okay. You're late now, because it's going to be before 9:30, before it's going to be 9:30, before we're able to get up in here. Okay. Again. Okay, let's go ahead and... Not again, we have to restart this. We have to restart this again, because sometimes the triple's not... It's gonna be annoying. 5 times of this, I think? 5 now. Some days the sim gives you issues. There we go. That's what we want. That's what I want to see. Electronic flight lag, request data from Sunbrief. Oh, we're in the 300. 300, this massive fucking aircraft. We can go ahead and ground ops. Oh, they did add the outs. Battery. This wind time, I just want to get up in the air. Deeroos. Actually, no, those can have to be off for right now. Give that stuff all a moment. In the meantime, though, we can go ahead and reset our controls. $400 in the box now. And then in the other box, 122. Yeah, we need some better aircrafts here, especially for long haul flights, because right now we have by far the best aircraft right now for long haul flights. It's going to be the 777. And that's about it. Okay, FMC. Oh shit. Yeah, we need to update the snap data as well. It's gonna be an electronic flight bag. When's it? That, yep. Damn, it's really been that long since we last used the 777-300. Recyclable 2506. Damn, it's been 3 whole nav cycles. My word. Dang, if we see. Okay, there we go. Visit net. Route request. We have to resend it, unfortunately. Request new data from Sunbrief. We have to request new data. Set fuel, set payload, set select route. Try to get VNAV working today. There are subtle differences there though, so it's a bit of a toss up in the air. So weather appropriately, which is going to be getting annoying. Yeah, look at this. Okay. Load. So, here's the thing. I don't know what PMDG did. They released an update for the 777-300. And I think what they might have done is quite literally, because it is now functioning like the 200 now in terms of the performance. There are very subtle differences, but there are. It's functioning a lot more like the 300 now. Departure arrival. We are taking. What do I file? Senior runway 28, ducking 1 Bros. And Bros transition departure. 5 runway 28. Okay. Accept. That will automatically calculate for us. 350. Okay. We're gonna take flaps 15 for this takeoff. yeah, I can get this thing up usually, generally within about generally speaking, I can get this thing up and running within, no kidding, about 5-7 minutes. So fuel pumps on. Oh, what's that effect then? So I'm not exactly sure about that. Okay. Let me go ahead and make sure we're saving on. Data spawn. Here we go. In the box, 5664. 5664 in the box. Okay, electronic flight bag. No, it's performance tool. We're taking 28. Take flaps 15 for this takeoff, import weather. Altimeter 3007. And the altimeter. That's not done right. We can reset this again. Okay, and then we are taking 156. And in that case, I went for dash 20 feet. Calculate 15151. 151, 151, 154. I really need to get one of those Wing FMCs here. Okay, and yeah, let's signs on. Okay. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, Heavy, Stand, Echo 5. Push and start onto whatever. Push and start onto Alpha, Baltimore traffic. Checklist. Takeoff speeds. On normal. Let's try and get GSX up. Request for push and start. And we can wait. Whatever GSX recommends. I love how they're straight up into the wall. What more though? Gotta love that.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Good, so am I.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing damn Boston offline now. I knew that was gonna happen. This might not be a very exciting flight at all today. Anyway, we're in the 777-300.
Locking gear.
Ready for you to release your parking brakes. Nose left. Tail right. This is right. Okay. Ground ons. Chunks. I thought I just did.
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Start at will. Okay. That means engine start. What the fuck? We can go ahead and get our strobes on now. I'm gonna set flaps at full. Taxi lights on now. Anti-ice. Flaps. Getting extended. You better not be going any that much farther, guys. Seems like you're full now. We're fine.
Please set parking brake. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Yep. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 2, Lima Juliet heavy, taxiing runway 28 via Alpha Alpha Bravo Charlie, uniform 1. Like I said, runway 28 for departure, Baltimore traffic.
Unlocking gear.
I'm going to turn off the APU now. Flight director's on. Anti-ice.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Gotta love that southwesternly accent. Get that old American accent. I have no us nothing about that. I know actually a fair amount, but okay. If you cool down. Just waiting for these guys to get out of our way. We have the bypass pin. That means we are good to get a move on things. Thank you very much. Verify or let's get out of here for 9:20 departure. Pacha. Doors on. Yeah, we don't really need to fine tune some of these controls some of these days. Let's do traffic. We got a southwest. Got 2 departures. We got a southwest that appears to. Yeah. Essentially, you're almost ready. We have a few aircrafts on the ground. And Baltimore's busy for tonight. Usually there's only me. Cabin ready, good, because we are up here on the flight deck. We are most certainly not ready. Did we have any nap today? Two, 8, 5. I do kind of miss having the flight director. But if I end up swapping it out, but if I end up buying a flight director, I'm gonna buy the Airbus one, because the Airbus one is. I feel like the Mini FCU Cube is quite good, but at the same time, I feel like I actually feel like I'd get more use out of that, because with Boeing planes, I feel like there's a way to do it right, like LNAV for non-heading selected mode, maybe like. Pull it or push it in, right? Blah blah blah. Anyway, I feel like there's a way that you could do stuff there, but I also feel like you can't exactly do that. I feel like you can't exactly do that though with the Boeing one. But most of the time now, I am trying to fly Airbus planes, because I think Airbus planes are far superior right now. So, yeah, fly. Oh, I put in. Ouch! I need flaps 20. Flaps 20 fixed. Now what this means is that we have to raise flaps before we're able to raise gear. Unfortunately that doesn't mean that, but this is a really heavy aircraft to be taking off from Baltimore runway 28. Right? I wouldn't take off the a380 without flaps 2, right? I'd go at least flaps 2, if not flaps 3, and taking off in the a380 from Baltimore. Right. But when we're in the 200, we always go flaps 15. This is a heavier aircraft, and so I'm not exactly confident in a flaps 15 ability. check from left. Turn right. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, lining up runway 28, Dupkin 1, Ross, transition departure, Baltimore traffic. I have no clue what winds are today. Been barely outside at all today. Okay, let me go ahead and check those winds. Get the winds for Baltimore. Here, they're pushing better. Surface wind 240 degrees, 4 knots. Winds are fine. Alright. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy, taking off runway 28, Dupkin 1, Ross, transition departure, Baltimore traffic. Okay, looking alright. Rest that.
V1.
Rotate. Positive climb. Flaps 15. Here it comes up. Airborne. And in that order. And turn. Auto throttle. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet is now airborne. Passing 2500 on the Dupkin 1, Ross transition departure, Baltimore traffic. More flaps up. Bring that low. And fuel. Center fuel is empty now. Wonderful. Flying the aircraft. Auto throttle's off. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, switching intercom now 122.8. Once again on the Dupkin 1, Ross transition departure, last call, Baltimore. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet is now airborne, passing 6,000 on the Dupkin 1, Ross transition departure at Baltimore traffic. And we go flaps on that. Careful movements are the key to this. we'll do something that we don't usually do today. We'll fly this thing up to altitude. Can't fly the aircraft up to altitude. I'll go direct to the super quickly now. Let's... Baltimore traffic speed bird 2, Lima Juliet is now direct Ross, climbing flight level 37. Oh, sorry, climbing flight level 350. Baltimore traffic. Passing 10,000. When it's off, those are off. When it's off now. How do we get this thing up to altitude today? That's not a question. We'll have to judge ourselves based on how well we do with our flight now. Flying instrument today, we're flying IFR. As we usually do. On this channel, we've only ever flown VFR once. We're going to try to get back into that, but anytime else. I'd rather fly IFR though, because I'm IFR trained at this point. When's the first to do this all the way down? Sure, it's like the little change mode. I want to force that nose all the way down. We've cleared up to flight level 350. We are going to climb up to 350. Free speed. 70 knots. Now it wants 320 knots. Badly. We did not do that badly at all. We flew that approach pretty well. Or we flew that approach or this up to we did fly pretty well. It is still really comfortable. A bunch of tower frequencies in my CLT. That's new. Adds a new, ocean saves. This is a new that is a new airport that was not really consistent. Should we surprise them? We're passing past transition altitude. Extended pressure now. Extended pressure. And now we are in the turn direct across. Jacksonville. Oh, there's only one time that is sure Jacksonville. Indy usually online. Yeah, so we're in for the new 2 hotel arrivals for Heathrow for today. And that's interesting. As we went through last week, we actually have new. It's not the. It used to be the new Group 1 hotel arrival. Now it is the new. Now it is the new Group 2 hotel arrival. It's a new arrival procedure entirely. It's a brand new arrival procedure entirely, which I'm thrilled about. This is our first time flying this procedure. Though it is not. Though it is it's not that. It is essentially the same. One waypoint was changed, and to my understanding, that one waypoint has a negotiation position, like so the same physical exact waypoint, just a different one. It used to be Westcott. Now it's Redcoat, I think. It's in the same airline location, so it might just be a reading of that waypoint for the next turn. Anyway, what that does mean though is, unfortunately, we do need the most recent Ariac cycle, which usually I'm not worried about. But considering we're flying into Heathrow today, yeah, it's kind of important to have that, especially since we generally fly that specific arrival. So these guys, it's a little bendy pod. It's one of these bendy pods. So handy. I go on vacation for 4.5 weeks. I have nothing done for y'all. Because I promised you that video, which didn't work out. So I'm doing construction right now in this room, right? It's like right above me, pretty much. I'm doing drywall work, right? So we have to swap out a pipe. Yeah, like, apparently they had the worst kind of pipe possible, which is why it kept fucking us. Really thin copper pipe. That's what they had. Five zero. Vietnam, you can go into your thing now. not really better at speed. We now handle it. Though we do have a direct headwind now. The 048 degrees 8 knots. It's a small one. It's not that significant. It's a small one. Actually, the wind issue is pretty calm, so. Next time it's not 34. We should not be near. It's not. I don't know what that tower controls me. We're going to reach out soon, then we're going to split off for business on 22 minutes. Once we get to us. It'll be a minute. During those which now. 122 weeks. It's 122 weeks.
Evidence traffic just put in at 4 final approach to runway 23. About 7.5 miles until 249 4.
very much back in need. Direct to Jupi. And what's our ETA? What's our Jupi ETA? It's recommending a climb flight level 370. So, let me take a look here. So, it's estimating Jupi in an hour, roughly. I think it's the current temperature. Yeah, so it's estimating we passed Jupi 4-7, which seems about accurate. David, okay. Actually, here, can you please stay on that because you're providing us how much you need. Well, okay. So we got about an hour to get our oceanic. We can actually go after our oceanic now. So, I've been through this so many times now. Nap track. Sign in a vaccine. Actually, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it something a little different today. Charlie Zoo back X-ray. So we're actually gonna do it this way. Flight information. ATIS. Or, we can do it. And departure, clearance, ATC. This oceanic clearance request. Notify to Quebec Zulu. Sorry, Charlie Zulu. Quebec X-ray. Entry. Oh, sorry. ATC facility. Entry point. Jupi. Actually, you can just throw in there. Estimating 3, 4, 5. 0, 3, 4, 5. Zulu flight level 3 will throw in 3, 5, 0. 0. And then we'll go ahead and notify ourselves now. Tell Charlie Mike. And then we're gonna go with Mach. This will 8, 3, 0. And I don't know if we're gonna get anything, but we might. We're gonna see. We're gonna take a look here. We're gonna take a look. See if we get anything. I don't think we're going to. We'll give it a moment. What? Important question. Dugout exit. Those waypoints are new. Usually you go dugout exit, and yeah, so definitely need that area access. I'm not seeing any kind of oh, you can attribute this. Let's see which one comes first. ATIS or Oceanic. And I'm guessing now it's going to be ATIS. I'm guessing now it's going to be ATIS. That's ATIS, isn't it? Is Heathrow actually on right now? Fuck! Heathrow's online already. That's a surprise. Heathrow information Victor. Okay. Single runway operations, runway 27 right. Airport 666. Transition level flight level 75. Subsequent 260 degrees and knots. Visibility 10 or no cloud. Detected. Sure. Line of control is open departing aircraft. Make initial contact on a frequency of 127.30. Lines are to exercise caution when maneuvering in the runway holding areas as maintained clearance is not assured. Acknowledge receipt of information. Victor advise aircraft type into QH on first contact with Heathrow. Any new messages? No. So, in that case, what we're gonna do? We're gonna go ahead and hop on over to this ring here. We tried to do that way, and if anyone hops online, they should see that. As file oceanic sector and entry fix. Drooping. ETA 0345. Cell count. Sean Mike. We're gonna go 390. We're into TMI 176. Request. And then just anyone that's currently curious. We're up to 420 hours total. Let's see if that increases. I'm actually curious what's on that. ETA 4 hours 29 minutes. So about 3:30 a.m. our time. Sorry, about 2:30 a.m. our time. With that said, that we are cruising quite quickly. We're doing a wonderful job with that. Actually, a really good job here. Actually, I wish I wasn't putting that map track is one of they're not going to. Yeah, we're gonna hope for ATC in the morning. We have had significant luck in the past for Tuesday mornings. Or sorry, for Wednesday mornings. We've had significant luck. And we didn't park late today, so I have even more luck. But I want to get that cleared to land message from air traffic control. Which I don't know if it's gonna happen. I hope it does. We want to do this these once a week now, so. In the meantime, though, I'm curious about a few things. Fuck them. Okay. Actually, no. Down. There's decent. So in the 777-200, as you may recall, they would put a massive thing of British Airways there. But they do amend the screens there to be like that. It's the 777-300. Yeah, the economy. 777-300 is actually a really big aircraft. Aside from the a380 and 747s, it is actually the largest aircraft commercially produced. However, the 777-300 it's going to lose its title in a few weeks, in a few months, or in a year or so, when the 777X goes into production. Yeah, and the reason that it's straight up gonna lose its it's gonna lose that title. Is what I'm saying. Because the 777X is actually a significant amount bigger. Right, in addition to being more modern, the more of a more of a 787 Dreamliner flight deck as opposed to the flight deck of a 777, right? And that's one of the reasons that I'm actually low-key excited for it, right? Because it does mean that we're going to see what Boeing intends to do for the future in terms of flight decks. But I think it's pretty clear at this point in time that they're going to continue. They're going to be done. I think it's pretty clear that they're going to try to continue with the Dreamliner flight deck, but they do need to find a new solution to the flight deck because even the Dreamliners are getting a little. Their age is beginning to show, even though they're relatively speaking new aircrafts. The age of the Dreamliners, though, are starting to show. So when you release maybe 2 new planes every decade, kind of fucked, because you're kind of fucked if you're using a flight deck from from the previous decade, right? And that's exactly what they're doing. So, couldn't see what I was talking about. Yeah. Actually, I'll shoot. So. Yeah, so so they are working on it. So they are working on okay. They are actually working on for the 777 300 or for the 777-200. So anyway, yeah. The 777. This year's the triple. Both these here are the 777X aircrafts, but this here is a this year's the 777-300. Right. You notice here that the 777X it's actually a little bit bigger. It is a little bit bigger. It's a marginal size. It's a little bit bigger. It's not bigger by that much, but at the same time, it certainly is bigger. Rather, you have the new 777-8, and that will significantly, essentially smaller aircraft, right? And that'll probably be swapping out the 777-200s, which I really thought were actually trying to be swapped out by the Dreamliners. And here's the reason I say that. Yeah, both of the, that's right. That's not. Yeah, so you see, yeah, they're essentially the same size, actually, so, they're actually essentially the same size. I think this guy does it quite well. Yeah, so the 777. Okay, here is the 787-9. Here's the 777-200. They're the 787's a little bit smaller, but at the same time, it's also right about the same size, right? I'm actually really not that big of a fan of. What was I going to say? Yeah, so I'm actually really not a fan of the 777, but at the same time, no, we need it. So I don't know. Yes. So the 777-300. It's probably going to get the 777-300 is going to get swapped out with the 777-9, and then the most notable version of the 777X, and then the 777-200 is going to be swapped out with the -8, if I'm understanding that correctly. And yeah, so, and then we'll have to wait another 30 years for another 777 variant. But I've said this a lot to family members. I don't know if I've ever mentioned it on this channel yet. The 777, or aviation in general right now, is kind of in a waiting game. When you think about it, right? Because batteries are, you could be the largest, aviation in general is kind of in a bit of a deadlock right now. Because on the one hand, you're trying to go more environmental, right? But you also need to release a new aircraft, right? You need to release a new aircraft, but you also need to, with this next aircraft, you actually have to look at the environment aspect, because in 2025, in today's day and age, we are in a significant move over from fuel-eating stuff, right? From carbon fuel burning, natural gas things, or engines, right? Carbon emissions, anything to do with carbon emissions, CO2 emissions. We're actually in a significant move against, right? But at the same time, though, battery and hydrogen technology is simply not there yet. I don't know if I've mentioned on the channel, but I actually do believe that hydrogen is eventually going to succeed, at least when it comes to aviation. When it comes to cars, I think batteries are going to succeed, because now you just have to maybe redo the power infrastructure for your house, and then everyone has essentially the same thing as an electric fueling station. They're essentially the same thing as a gas station in their house. People can wake up in the morning and be like, let's go. Right. Let's go to work, right, and they have fully charged electric cars. Right. But the thing about aviation is that every second the plane's on the air, the plane's not making any money from the airline. Right. And airline profit margins are actually not that big. I mean, we all thought Spirit was doing wonderfully well, especially after 2 massive summers. They were doing shit. Right. They were doing so poorly that they had to go to bankruptcy. Right, and that wasn't exactly to do with the lack of customers. They actually had plenty of customers, right? It was to do with the fact that that a lot of their planes were not actually in the air for that long. Right? They had to take a massive hit during COVID, like everyone else did. But they still had to take this massive hit during COVID. That evidently cost them billions that they just simply couldn't no longer swallow. But anyway, every second that a plane's on the air, it's not making the airline money. It doesn't matter if it's taxiing, it doesn't matter if it's sitting at a gate. If it's not in the air, it's not making the airline money. Okay, and when you're operating with profit margins of like 3 or 4%, you're not operating with profit margins of 50%, you have significant issues, right? And I know that's something we're going to bring up. Oh, what about these massive bonuses to these CEOs? Well, every company's right. Every company's going to do that. But at the same time, though, you know, American Airlines, they're able to single olive from first class meals, and it saved them $32,000 a year. Right. Anyway, we're going off topic now, right? Every second that the plane's not in the air, it's not making the airline money. Okay. The issue is with battery technology, that plane is going to be on the ground for at least 3 or 4 hours. And that's assuming you have good battery technology. And that's assuming you have good charging infrastructure. Right? Not to mention that one of the nice things about current aviation is, as you get to your destination, you're actually using less fuel because you burnt off a lot of that fuel. Right? And so when it comes to pilots, right, it's kind of important for pilots to learn. If someone's transitioning from, let's say, 777-300 to, like, let's say, the next version of the 777, let's say it's the 777E3, right? I'm throwing that number off the top of my ass, right? Let's say that let's say that the next 777-300 is going to be the 777E3, right? Environmental 3, or whatever, right? A pilot's going to have to learn. So they're going to have to change from something that they've been using their entire life, right? Pilots have been told their entire lives, as you fly more, the longer you've been in the air, when you come into land, you're going to be lighter than you were when you took off, right? So that's certainly a factor, right? Not to mention, batteries are so heavy that you're gonna have to design whole new engines. Right, you're gonna have to design a whole new massive engine. You might have to redesign an entire body of an aircraft, right? And aircraft bodies, they're already really, really massive. But you don't want to do that. And here's the reason that you don't want to do that. Very people wouldn't know the story, but I'm sure everyone has wondered about it. The A380, one of the reasons that it actually failed was because it needed new infrastructure. Because there are a lot of airports that simply cannot accommodate the Airbus A380. Right. So you don't want to have to build new infrastructure, right? Because A, that costs billions, if not trillions at this point, if you have to do it on a global level. Right. Imagine if you have to tear up every single runway on the planet and replace it with a stronger material. That ain't gonna work. Sorry, that's just not gonna work at all. But anyway, you have the turnaround time factor of what used to be a turnaround time of probably about 90 minutes. I think Southwest aims for, I think some of the cheaper airlines aim for about 30-minute turnaround time. I think British Airways aims for around 90 minutes to about 2 hours. They own half of Heathrow. I don't know. Yeah, I think they operate like 2/3 of it. British Airways operates like 1/3 of Heathrow, right? Some of the luxury airlines, they're a bit more lenient on it because they're making a bit more money, right? So they're not as worried, right? But for British Airways short haul flights, in and out of Heathrow, let's say as like Amsterdam or someplace like that, they're aiming for around a 50-minute turnaround time. Right. On a battery, charging a battery, that's not possible. Not to mention, batteries have significant failures at times. Right. Let's say that your battery has an issue. Right. With fuel, you can extinguish it. With batteries, it's not actually that simple. Because with batteries, you actually have to straight up cut off the battery. Oh wait, it's the battery that's burning. Oh fuck. Now you have to go dive into the water and sit there for 30 days. Which is what some of the reports are with electric cars. And remember, you have to assume that those same batteries that are in electric cars are just simply going to get expedited or upgraded to the level of an aircraft, right? If you've ever shorted something out on your computer, right, it's the same kind of concept, right? And then might not just take the battery with it, right? Because now that battery is completely unreliable. You don't know if that works, right? Now it's not just the battery that you have to worry about. Now it is the entire flight control surface, right? All of the flight control instruments you have to now thoroughly examine to verify that they're not damaged, right? And there are certainly ways to handle that and negate that, right? One of them being fuses, right? Automatically cut off the flow of electricity if something's wrong. That still doesn't change the fact that if the battery goes bad, you're kind of fucked, because now all of a sudden you can't just throw foam or some kind of anti-fire mixture on it. Now you actually have to submerge the thing in some kind of liquid for a significant period of time, right? Every aircraft engines has what's called bottles, right? And those bottles, in the case of an engine fire, those bottles are there, and pilots can. Actually, I'll show you all in this 777, right? I think it's up here. And what are the emergency fire handles? I actually don't know what the emergency fire handles are. Let's get the lights on, actually. fire handles are actually in this aircraft. They should be red handles. But I really don't know what they are in the 777, right? There's one. There's one. Yeah, I actually really don't know, because they should be. I'd figured they would be right here. Fuel. There's your fuel engine. Oh, it's there right here. There's your ramp, which you should never have to deploy, but if you have to, you do a little. Yeah. Yep. There's a ramp. It's important that that reachable spot. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is it here. Yeah. Anyway, every aircraft has some kind of handle that you can use to pull out to blow what's known as a bottle array in it, and that's a bottle of some kind of probably patented mixture of chemicals that will extinguish an engine fire. Right. With batteries, like I said, it's not that simple. You need to find something that'll actually degrade that metal. Right. You can't reuse the same shit. And you need to figure out a way to contain that engine, that electricity or that battery fire. Which, if it's in the wings, it's going to be difficult because batteries get hot enough to physically melt. They get so hot that they can actually physically melt the stuff of the aircraft, right? Which can be an issue. Right now, you might be thinking, oh, but fuel can do the same if it's fuel's not the same though. Fuel will get to a temperature of Fuel will reach a really hot temperature, but it won't be enough to melt the airframe, right? At least not in any significant way, right? But remember, the fuel is put in a way so that if the fuel tanks, if there were to be something that happens in the engine, right? Pilots are trained to cut off that engine entirely, right? You don't want that, and that's out of a risk that fuel will get to that and ignite the wings. That's not going to happen. Right. Fuel fires have only gotten to the wings, to the tanks of the wings, in very few circumstances, none of which I can name off the top of my head. I've done a lot of studying in aviation accidents in the past, right? Anyway, let's talk about hydrogen. Hydrogen is environmentally friendly. Right? And so there's your primary concern solved. The bad news with hydrogen, we have to redesign engines. But the good news is that with hydrogen, issue comes up, you're able to treat it the same way as jet fuel. Right? It won't be super flammable. It'll be super flammable, but it'll only be flammable for a few seconds, right? You can treat it the exact same way as jet fuel, right? You can refill your aircraft within your set turnaround time, right? You can get in the air faster, right? And I'm bringing up a lot of things here. I do actually genuinely believe that for the aircraft industry, for the aviation industry, batteries are simply not going to work. You might be thinking, oh shit, what about the battery? These are different batteries. Okay. If you really needed to, you could turn this battery off. If you really needed to, you could turn this battery off, right? Just long enough to get the APU up, right? Not only that, you have backup. You can have backup batteries, and if you really need to, if you're really fucked, you have the RAM. You have the RAM air turbine. The RAM air turbine, which we're not going to deploy it on this flight, but we are certain. Maybe once we're on the ground, I might deploy it and show everyone what it looks like. Because there's been a lot of talk about rats recently, especially with that Air Day flight, right? Anyway, you have the rat, which will automatically deploy, right? We're gonna I think we'll deploy once we get on the ground. Anyway, I'm gonna end up slowing this down to 2 videos. I'm just gonna recap everything I said real quickly. Batteries on planes are not going to work. They're not going to work at all. And I know that people are saying, "Oh, but hydrogen's also never going to work." Hydrogen will work in aviation. It's a matter of we haven't figured it out in an efficient way yet, or in a way that makes sense. Yeah, we haven't. The world as a whole hasn't figured it out yet, but hydrogen is actually going to. When they do figure it out, hydrogen on planes is straight up good, right? And batteries are always going to fail at planes, right? We will have. Let me be clear about this. We will have developed a way to get all that CO2 out of the air, and we will have reversed 95% of all of human, or we will have reduced 25% of human emissions before batteries will ever work on planes, right? And I'm not talking. To be clear, I'm not talking about these batteries here. This here is a low voltage battery system, relatively speaking, right? That battery that is probably operating, if I had to guess, on a 48 volt system, though I'm not certain. It might be higher because it's aviation. Right, but anyway, that battery there it's relatively speaking a low voltage system. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a high voltage component to it, but it's not ultra high voltage, which would be required for planes. Now, I bring the term voltage. I don't know what that means. Voltage. Think of voltage as the speed that the bullet's going. Right. Think of an electron as the bullet. Right. The voltage is the speed at which that electron, or at which that bullet is flung. Right. And then an amp is how many. An amp is how many of those bullets are flying, right? Is one flying, or are there 10 trillion? Right. That's the question there. Anyway, that's not important. I'm just going to recount a bit. I'm just going to completely restart here. Right now, the aviation industry, in a whole, is kind of in that weird, we don't really know what to do phase, because whatever their next aircraft's going to be, or whatever their next generation aircraft's going to be, they have to make sure that it's environmentally friendly. Because just as a whole, right now, we are in this move of being environmentally friendly. Right? Oh, if you look at the numbers for electric versus gas cars, electric cars are going up by a massive amount, and planes are going to do the same as well. Right? But I'm going to stand by, I'm going to make a very controversial claim here, and I'm going to provide my reasoning for backing up. I'm gonna provide my reasoning. Fine. That's all this is what I have to deal with. Aviation in a whole is kind of in this kind of stuck position, right? Where Boeing and Airbus don't really know what to do other than release another plane. They're kind of trying to move that right now because whatever their next plane is going to be, it has to be environmentally friendly. And they realize that, right? And the reason I say that is because everything as a whole is moving towards more environmentally friendly options because no matter what your political beliefs are, the world is finally realizing, oh crap, we don't actually have that long to do something about the environment, right? But, and Boeing and Airbus realize that, right? But at the same time, though, the technology isn't there. Okay. Now I say this in probably the first time because might be entering into World War III. Some could say it's already sharp. So. Anyway, not worth it. What is important to note is that I'm about to make a controversial statement here, and I'm going to provide some reasoning for it. I know that a lot of people are going to say, battery technology is improving. I don't care. I have reasons, and despite what you guys say, it's never going to be perfect. Right? And the controversial statement I'm going to make is that hydrogen for planes, or more specifically, batteries on planes, straight up not going to work. Right? And the reason that I say that is there's a few reasons, right? For starters, batteries are are significantly heavier than current, or than what current infrastructure can handle, right? So I'm going to bring up a story here of the A380, and one of the reasons that the A380 actually straight up failed. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and just real while we talk here. One of the reasons that the A380 failed was because a lot of airports had to make changes to infrastructure. Right? I'm not certain what Heathrow had to do off the top of my head, but at least aside from expanding a few stands, right? But at the same time, though, a lot of other airports had to do a lot more. Right? The A380, it's a wonderful aircraft, but the issue with the A380 is that it required new infrastructure, right? And so there were a lot of airports that could handle bigger 777s, right? Bigger, maybe 747s, right? But they simply are just straight up unable to handle an A380 without shutting down ground operations, making it completely inviable for commercial flight at that airport, right? Right. So let's take Baltimore as an example. Baltimore is one of those airports that technically Baltimore can handle, right? But it can't. It also can't handle it, right? And Baltimore will handle it. They'll take a 747. They're not able to take anymore. The 747 is about the largest aircraft that Baltimore can handle. Right. But the A380 required new infrastructure. Right, which is fine, because for the A380 it was fine because the A380 was really designed to be able to get to those massive hub locations and be more of a transfer jet between the hubs, or between major airports. Let's say that you were coming over to, let's say we're trying to get to Dulles from Heathrow, right? There are plenty of A380s on that route, right? On that route from Baltimore to Heathrow, as the British Airways, right? Or let's say you wanted to get out of Heathrow and into Atlanta, right? The A380s were only designed for transfer between hubs, right? And that's fine because they're so big and they're so fuel inefficient that they're not able to do it, right? But they also didn't have to repave runways and taxiways to handle it, right? They had to maybe move some smaller things out of the way. They had to adjust the size of some stands, right? Airplane gates. They had to maybe develop new procedures. The a380, let's say, look at Heathrow, they usually mandate wing walkers. Right. However, when you're talking about battery technology, I understand that batteries are getting bigger. I understand that they're getting lighter, that they're getting more efficient, right? But at the same time, that they're never going to be as efficient as, or they're never going to be as light as they need to be in order to avoid repaving a runway. Right. The reason I say that is because repaving a runway, that's a pretty big deal, right? Let's say you have to repave Heathrow's runways. You're gonna have to wait. And Heathrow just did that back in 2020, right? But that's gonna take them ages. That's gonna take them ages. Right. And in the meantime, they're gonna have to shut down a significant amount of other operations. Right. And these are at some of the biggest hubs on Earth. Right. Let's say we're bringing back Heathrow because that's where we're flying to right now. But Heathrow, so many flights would be canceled if Heathrow had to do that. It's not viable. Right. Just in terms of weight. Now I want to bring up a different point. Let's talk about safety. Right. A lot of a massive misconception people get is that the aviation industry is supposed to have problems, which it's not. People think that it's built on innovation. It's not built on innovation at all. Right. It's built on safety. And it's one of those reasons that every single massive aviation incident it's going to be examined thoroughly to pinpoint exactly what went wrong. And they're going to put pilot error in that report. They're going to put everything that could have led to that crash, right? And if they think they've got it, that's not good enough. They're going to wait until they actually got it. There's only been a few circumstances. I think actually one circumstance is fairly recent as well, in which they're either not going to be able to get a full conclusion out, or they haven't figured it out, right? Every single aviation incident is thoroughly examined to see exactly what went wrong. Right. So anyway, that's not important. Right. What is important to know is that when batteries have issues, they cause massive issues. And when I say massive issues, I really mean massive issues. Right. There have been reports of electric cars having to be submerged for 30 days underwater in order to stop them from exploding, or in order to put out the fire entirely. Right. Yeah, that solution is not going to work, because not only are planes so massive, right, not only could you take out a significant portion of the ocean in order to put that fire out, meanwhile it's flaming on a runway. Right, but you also have to deal with the fact that now all of a sudden the whole airport's a mess. And my point is, it's not going to work, right? It's not going to work from the safety perspective. Rather, with hydrogen, it will work. Because the way that airplanes inject fuel, right? Fuel injector, right? It's kind of like your car, right? Or only injects a little bit at a time, right? There's a bunch of fuel filters in between, right? There's a bunch of levels between getting the fuel getting up from the ground, or up from the massive tanks under the airfield, and into the aircraft you're flying on, right? There's a bunch of levels there. With hydrogen, if it really comes to that, right? If you have an incident, let's say a bird strike, completely understandable incident, very often incident actually, you're gonna have issues, or you're not gonna have the same issues as battery technology, because you can shut off the engine entirely, right? You can shut off where it's burning fuel, entirely, and at absolute worst case scenario, you blow through your bottles and you have to make an immediate return back. Right? But it's probably not going to get to your fuel, to the entirety of your fuel. Now, if it does, you've got a bigger issue with batteries because you're literally going to explode. But at the same time, though, with batteries, you're going to be on fire, and you're not going to put it out. Right? In order to safely put out battery fire, you're going to have to somehow stop the circuit entirely. And on batteries, that can be really, really hard to do. Have you ever been stupid when you're younger and took like an AA battery, put and connected paper to its ends, and in the center it gets really hot? Right. The same kind of thing is in concept. Right? Until you end that circuit, it's never going to be fully extinguished. It doesn't require training. It doesn't require engineers to do. Right. And then the final thing I want to bring up here when it comes to this mess is actually turnaround time, and it actually does have a lot to do with profits. Right. We're going to bring up Heathrow again, but we'll get to Heathrow in a moment. So, it's important to understand that every second that a plane is not in the air is a second that it's not making money for the airline. If it is in the air, though, and it's reasonably filled, it'll be making money for the airline just fine. Right. But that brings us to a turnaround time. If you don't know what that is, well, it's not hard to figure out, right? From the time the plane lands at the airfield, or at the airport, how long does it take to get it pushed back off from it? How long does it take from it landing on the runway to it taking off again from the runway? Right. Now, the turnaround time can be calculated a few different options. But most people in general calculate their turnaround time from the time that it arrives at stand to the time that it pushes back off stand, because sometimes you might have taxi delays, right? No, and you can't really do anything when the aircraft's taxiing, right? Anyway, not important. Right. It doesn't matter how good the batteries are. Batteries are never, ever, ever going to be capable of recharging an entire massive airliner, transatlantic airliner, or trans-Pacific airliner, going over multiple continents, right? It's never going to be able to charge up a massive airliner in a decent turnaround time. It's never going to be able to do that. And the reason I say it's never going to be able to do that is because they don't take at minimum 4 ounces with a really, really good power supply. Right. Which, now that puts strain on the infrastructure, on the electrical infrastructure, which, not an option. Not an option. For example, let's take Baltimore. Our infrastructure in Baltimore is already pretty bad, and it's already pretty damn scary. And I think, airfields have some grass. They do. But, it's under that grass? Fuel tanks. Very flammable fuel tanks. It's also under that grass? It's also a bit of crash surface. Right, so let's take Speedbird 388. Right. Dual engine failure, kind of like we saw with that 787 recently there in India. Dual engine failure, but this time on final approach, right? They crashed in the grass, is what I'm trying to get to. They crashed in the grass, right? They used the grass to crash on. They also, there are other factors that led to that success, right? But they crashed in the grass. They used the grass to crash on, in addition to the landing. Right, so you can't exactly use solar panels, right? Not to mention that the wake turbulence that a lot of these especially heavier airliners, leave behind, right? Probably cause significant damage over time to solar panels, right? Not to mention, at night, the solar panels are completely useless. I don't know what time of year it is, the solar panels might be completely useless here in Germany. It's something that December, you may only have 4 to 6 hours of daylight time you can play with or recharge your battery. And that's not an option. When in a season that electrical infrastructure is already being strained. Right. So, anyway, those are just my thoughts on why hydrogen is, or on why batteries are not going to work with aviation. I might do a bit more detailed review at some point. Going further more into what I really believe. Right. The issue that no one's figured out hydrogen yet. But just when I say it will be figured out. Or someone will figure out some kind of other system like hydrogen or like fuel, right? Like dumped into an aircraft as opposed to plugged in, right? I understand, like I said earlier, I really understand how battery is. I really understand the misconception there. I really, really do. Especially when approaching the machine. Minimize it all. Go oceanic. Our oceanic in. Three, 2, 1. Squonk. 2,000. Squonking. 2,000 for oceanic. I might do that. I nailed that right on the dot. Entering into oceanic airspace. We are now officially oceanic, which means that our flight is now about 50% over. Which is fucking wonderful. Oceanic actually, to be honest here, oceanic actually goes by really, really, really quickly. It really does. Like, only like half our round. Really, 28 minutes. That's it. So, really. Anyway, I don't really anticipate doing anything online by the time we leave. So, not unless they're trying to do it. So, anyway, we're going to use the COM 122.8 for a bit. See them. Actually, hang on. I just want to verify something. 290 miles, so 40 minutes or so. Just have to check that. 360. Let's get that. Cleared up to flight 370. We should probably put it in first. Go ahead and tell it can climb. Our maximum. It is important to note that maximum. It's important to note that maximum to help make go ahead and refresh the VNav there. Tell it is okay to climb. It's saying our maximum current flight level is 370. Or flight level. A little higher than that, so that is important for us to note. Now, in the triple though, usually it'll be saying we're good up to flight 400 now. It's important to note the 200, it's a lot lighter because it's like 20-30% smaller than the 300 that we're flying today. So, it's important to note that. I need to plan 3 videos, so if you release yours. Oh yeah, everyone, I decided that this Habit project is now officially canceled. I decided to throw everything up for the thing. I was like, no, I don't need it. I decided to cancel the Habit project. I don't know what I'm going to do with the video that's already up, but I decided to cancel it. Under the idea that it's not really worth it. So, there we go. So, we're now at level 370. Traffic, speedbird 2 and then Juliet. Leveling off flight level 370 from a step climb. From flight level 350 traffic. Okay, yeah. We can take 3. Right. Our maximum, our legitimate maximum right now is flight level 373. So that's 37,300. It'll actually be in trouble there. So. Okay. Now I'm curious about something. Arrival. Star. Here to New Garage Hotel. Arrival today. Oh, Fitbit 2 Hotel, that's interesting. Used to be Fitbit 1 Hotel. Actually, I'm curious about it. Stop it. Was that go? Yeah, okay. String number. What's that? Release boot. Wait. Wesco. And that is valid. not to be used for flight planning purposes. Not to be used. Yep. And then this here is effective. Yeah. Anyway, we need the new hotel arrival. So, yeah. So they completely swapped down that quickly then, across every map. So, anyway, we're taking the new 2 hotel arrival now. Honolulu Hold appears to have been moved ever so slightly. Then is Tobit, Soppit, Wesco, Bovingdon. Same hold, I guess. Bovingdon, and then we'll just go from there. It actually makes a lot of sense for Heathrow. For Heathrow, this actually makes a massive amount of sense to do it like this. So because it's a simple system, right? So so let's say you're flying into Boston, right? There, you got a literal gazillion arrivals or stars and SIDs that you can use out of Boston, right? Not the same thing for Heathrow. Is Heathrow actually does it in a really simple way, and what that means is that you can be told you can use this arrival, right, and not know your runway, not know if you're gonna have to switch to 09 or 27, right? And furthermore, you can be told when you're in the hole here. Anyway, what this means is you have waypoint down here, you got Occam down here, you got Bovingdon up here, right? Boop. And Bovingdon and Occam, they're kind of what are known as like transition waypoints, right? Transition VORs, right? So, but it allows Heathrow to make stuff really simple, right? So from Bovingdon, you can get to every runway. You can get to 09 left, 09 right, 27 left, 27 right. Same thing at Occam. At Occam, you can get to 09 left, 09 right, 27 left, 27 right. There you go. It's really, really nice. And warning: do not proceed beyond Bovingdon VOR without ATC clearance. Speed max, speed 250 knots, speed low 10,000. Transition altitude or transition level by ATC on 5. 100 knots. Varied. The actual descent will be done by ATC. So, okay. Yeah, anyway, we did our set climb there. And let's hear, what is it saying? Heathrow 749 Zulu, about 3 hours. I think that, Vanson radar has us arriving in about 2.5 hours. This is saying, I actually think that that Heathrow, I actually think that that's better. Anyway, current time is Zulu. Either way, whatever it is, it's 438. So, whatever, it actually does make a lot of sense. Shit. I'm on Wi-Fi. What the fuck? Why did you just say like that? Fuck. I'm happy we're in this. Fuck. Actually, I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna go with morning here. Our route to our final waypoint here, so it's actually not that far away. Currently, London's not launched. There's no real reason for London to be online right now. There's actually very little traffic. Actually, by my account, right now for Heathrow, we are. This can't be good. Yeah, that's not right. By my account, our number 3 right now to land at Heathrow, which means free speed while we descend. We still actually have about an hour before we need to begin our descent. Let me go ahead and take a little look here. 1 second. New Grow 1 Hotel Heathrow. We're gonna have to take an eye out. Sorry, New Grow 2 Hotel Heathrow. Execute that. Legs. Profit November. Perfect. Let's go. Perfect. All that seems appropriate. Yeah. There's 3 pre-files right now for Heathrow. 1 to Denver, 1 to. A few others. Look at this beautiful, beautiful bird. I gotta be honest here, I do kind of miss the long body format of the 777-300. Right, the 777-200 is so much easier to maneuver, especially on ground, right? That's a good difference. Here. But the VNAV and flight control data is all the same, so. But I actually really love how the journey is going. Sierra taking from Operation Holland. 777. We've had some fun times in the triple here. Kind of desperate for another decent long haul aircraft. A little desperate for that. One with the same physics ability. I mean, the 777, it's perfect. It's perfect, to put it simply. The PMDG 777, it's perfect. Especially for long haul routes, it's reliable. That's the biggest thing. Its physics feel good, right? It functions well, realistic to the real aircraft. But it's also simple enough in a way for everyone to learn. Yeah, we're going. I'm gonna plan. I'm gonna be planning a few videos here soon. For maybe one of the videos I'm gonna do is full guide to the 777. full guide to the PMDG Boeing 777. So, and it's we're gonna make sure that's really good. It'll be like a half an hour long video. It's gonna be a full guide. We'll start up and shut down, and I have a few things to figure out though. Lights. Right, I'm gonna do a live stream of the actual flight, of course. Or not. We got 9 landings now. We still can be where's 366 headed? 27. I'm just trying to keep an eye out now on Heathrow. Just like we could try to get a runway. It's looking like 27. Definitely looking like the 27s. I have no clue when it's are. Actually, we could probably begin to this now. 8 test request. Betson Auto sending it to us. Heathrow Information Hotel is current at time 0520. Surface wind 250 degrees 9 knots. Variable 200 degrees 270 degrees. That is a definite 27 landing day then. Or we can plan on one of the 27s, which is wonderful for us. Visibility 9999, clouds overcast 1300 feet. Ouch. Temperature 172.14, pH 1012, turn by pH. Maps and data, information. Okay. That's kind of roof. Clouds overcast 1300 feet, so that reduces our minimums. That reduces our minimums. Of course, it is early in the morning, so I'll have to take a look. And this information is out of date a little bit. But if they're overcast, if there's an overcast clouds up to 200 feet, then that's going to be a small little issue when it comes to our landing, because around 1,300 feet is when I try to land manual. So around 1,300 feet is usually where I end up disconnecting autopilot. So I'm not particularly thrilled about visibility. It says it's fine, and it says visibility 9999. We're gonna take a look. We're gonna have to keep which being another just about 20 minutes, so which will be fine. VNAV, Aspen Thompson. Yeah, right now our max is 0 modes. gonna throw our squawk back in. Oceanic traffic, Speedbird 2 originally at currently direct Dogal now. Now exiting Oceanic airspace, squawking 5664 Oceanic traffic. I don't know if you heard that, but other than y'all, 566. Yep, that's our squawk code. As issued by Auto ATC, which is not real ATC. It's it doesn't give you it doesn't give you clearance. Not usually. It gives you a squawk code, and then that helps ATC services accurately to help you identify you. They don't give you a departure. They don't give you a runway, right? But other controllers, right? When you do intercept the controllers, you don't exactly pick up IFR clearance. It's kind of like an IFR clearance, except you choose your runway, you choose your departure, you choose your own taxi. You're not exactly particularly cleared, but with other controllers, you're kind of cleared, right? You're still kind of going. If other controllers have an issue with the way you're what's something wrong with your flight, then they'll give you a buzz. They'll tell you for rerouting. Which I think we have happened once. That's what it was not good at that at all. It headed to JFK. Prison cell. Dug out 6 frequencies is the estimate there. Oh, it's something. And then VNav, I'm curious here, when is it estimating to pop up descent? Or does this aircraft not do that? A little after nuke, I don't know how much I agree with it being at or around nuke. I don't exactly agree with it being after nuke. That's I'm not exactly sure about all those waypoints that are there now, which they are. Look at all those waypoints. 80 miles, of course, fucking waypoints. But some of those I am brand new to. Yes. Recognize Melwood. Recognize Exit. I recognize Incur. I don't recognize. Maybe the V. Edexa. I don't recognize Genus. I recognize Natco. I don't recognize Linast. I don't recognize Rolex. I don't recognize. What I do? Volthy. I do. Nugra and those. I don't recognize Wesco. This is a different route though. You should take. Usually we just get as straight of a route as like Simmering will allow, right? So usually I don't. Usually we're coming in like actual. So imagine like this the line here. Usually we're coming in like on the line, right? but recently, but with the sim briefing, with this route that we got today, we're coming a little bit lower, so it's not 100% direct. It is still valid for the current area cycle, though it is not exactly correct. It's not exactly real world route. Usually in the real world, they will take this here in the real world. So my best objections. Usually, I much prefer the Nugra arrival. I much prefer the Nugra to hotel arrival. I think that means it's a little bit simpler of a descent path, right? It doesn't really you can kind of rely on beating your descent around Nugra, and yeah, just a bit better. There's Heathrow, so let's get busy. So anyway, even from 122 and more, I'll give you all buzz in a bit. in case anyone just noticed, we just popped off the vats in the Arctic. That's because we just did for 2 months. It's off now. Damn. Perfect time. Approaching exit, we are definitely landing 27 left today. Hearing back on the map. I need approaching. I'm not seeing this in the back anymore. No. GAA. I'll be right back. Apologies, I'm back. Let's try this again. Sorry, I just had a small little internet connection issue. I'm trying to get back in. We should be getting back in now. 238. Should be getting back in now. Not seeing that Scotland's no. There we go. Issue fixed. So we got Scotland online. You got Scottish Centre online now. It definitely looks like we're going to be landing via runway 27 left. We each have new ATIS. Information India. Now current search 2703 is to not no, 1,200 feet. Ouch. Not misspelling 999. 2.14 to 1012. I just have to keep an eye on there. That on that front. Not particularly thrilled on this way. We'll be fine, and people are definitely taking off by a 27 right, which means we are definitely going to be landing 27. Hey, bud. You're gonna get. So we've probably got about an hour to talk to sun. You're my best friend. You're my best friend. You really need that haircut. Right. You get the haircut tomorrow. You're happy on your lap now, I know. Which is like, okay. Very, very wet. No, I got Scottish Centre in range. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't seeing this on the maps at all. There for a moment. And then we got Scottish Phone Line, Edinburgh. Shuttling Victor on final from Heathrow. Edinburgh. Yeah. You can come 122.8 until we finish this flight. About 20 or so. done with that leg now. So, how long till top descent? 17, about 20 minutes or so until we're at top descent. In other words, until we pass Nugra. On the Nugra 2 hotel arrival, Heathrow. Nugra 2 hotel. Oh wait, let's go ahead and verify that this is in A firm. Let's go ahead and get this, make sure we have this map up here. So, Nugra 2 hotel arrival, Heathrow. At Nugra, we turned heading 147 degrees, direct to Tobit. If this was real world, we'd be going direct Honolly, hold at Honolly. We do not need to do that today. We are not expecting any holds at all today. It is Unicom. However, we are expecting runway 27 left, Heathrow. We are expecting to take runway 27 left. So we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and crunch those numbers in a moment. Anyway, at Tobit, we need to be flight level 200 at Sobbit 150. New waypoint Wesco, max 220 knots. So max 220 knots at Wesco. In other words, we need to begin our we need to slow our speed. Probably back here at Tobit, so really at Tobit, I guess we want to be at flight level 1, or flight level 2, sorry, maybe flight level 170, maybe, so we can make the, this, because now it's going to be pretty steep descent, but at relatively low speed, right, but we really need from about here to, from about here to there, or sorry, from about here to there in order to slower speed rate. And I'd rather us deal with our speed and then descend, right? And then rather us deal with our speed while we're descending, because then that throws our estimates off. Max 250 knots below 1,000, below flight level 100 unless otherwise authorized. That's fine. I'm not worried about that too much. So what we'll do in terms of the approach maps, actually, let me pin this. Okay. Approach will take ILS 27 left. Okay. So what we'll do here is we have Bovingdon up here a little. Should be able to. I'm gonna. There, wait, not to pin this. Okay, so, but when it comes to this here, right, I really wish not. That's better. I'm not unpin this here. Whatever. Fine. So what we'll do here, right? So we're taking runway 27 left. So what we'll plan to do, right, is we'll plan to leave Bovingdon, probably heading, what is it, 110. 6. Probably 010 degrees, right? And that'll keep us kind of going in, and then we'll turn. And then once we're at about 10-mile final, or 10. Once we're probably about here, closer to London City, right? First, we'll take a 10-mile final, ILS 27 left, right, as usual. But after bobbing in, we'll immediately begin descent flight level 50, transition to 60. We'll aim for, assuming we're trying to keep an eye on it here. I do believe that we make an ATC here shortly. There's enough traffic, and Scotland is already online, so. Anyway, we'll come out here probably with a heading 110 degrees, and once we're out there for like a 9-mile final, then we'll turn, then we'll begin a turn, and then we'll begin a base turn. Probably trying to set us up for maybe 200 degrees, maybe is what I'm aiming for. So maybe we'll be a little further out. Maybe we'll be more like 11 miles out before we, right, and then we'll make our base, right. I'll make your base in like this, right. Make a turn and kind of go like this, right. So it's kind of hard to explain with the mouse. Yep. Probably try to make this kind of maybe around Lambourne here, right. Maybe around Lambourne, right. We'll make that base turn, right, and it'll be kind of slanted, right. Like we might aim for more like 210. We might adjust it periodically to get there, and then we'll go in 10-mile final ILS 27 left. So. In the meantime, though, I want to make sure that's pinned. In the meantime, though, let's see. Here we intercept 20. Oh, that's good. Usually, well, that's 7.5 mile final. 10 mile final will be a final 3,000. 277. Right, 277 on the barometer. Actually, tell you what, we can get wrecked. After, tell you what, we'll pass Unass direct. We'll pass Unass direct to Newcastle. So that's what I'll do. Okay. And we'll begin our top, and we'll begin descending at Newcastle. That'll be tail it actually. We got direct right now. We got, roughly speaking, 100. Okay, it's gonna get descent checklist. Notes. Landing data. Take a look here. Performance tool. Landing dispatch. We're gonna take 27 left. Other usually I go with Flash 25. We'll manually, but we're in the 777-300 today. Right, we're not in the 200, which means I think. Oh, actually, tell you what, let's run the numbers. Assume that we hit right on the threshold, right? Flaps 25, calculate. Auto brakes 2, continue on the auto brakes, so no. Yeah, that's within what I'd consider to be acceptable margins. You know, it'll go down a significant amount, but we'll use it. Actually, we already got auto brake 3, actually. We can always give credit to the reversers. All operates. Actually, in that case, auto brake 2. We'll go ahead and end this buggy. Yeah. That'll be fine, I think. That should be a little faster than what I usually say is fine, but we're gonna be fine with that. I would throw in the 277 on the barometer. For almost 27 left. Did you hear that PMDG is going to be working on 777X? They kind of leaked it, trying to get details from Boeing. They're probably going to try to release a 777X for like the same day that the 777X in real life is delivered for the first time. Anyway. So, auto brake 3. Yeah, we'll take the auto brake 3 and then. We're gonna take that. Let's choose 7 left. New transition. We'll figure that out on our own. Okay. We're gonna take flaps 25 with the speed of 154. Yep, these are just 7 left. The nav. Okay, perfect. So we're going to a380, so that looking at about half an hour now. Okay. Yeah, we got about 9 minutes, so. Yeah, not that worried. So, but at the same time, no, it wouldn't help if we were to get some kind of air traffic control on here. Anyway, we'll be taking out, let's just 7 left. Okay. We've done all that. Descent check is complete. Ready for descent. Descend when ready. Descend flight level 200. As I said, like a massive German. Anyway, descent check is complete now. Got this wonderful big bus here. It's not a bus, it's a nice big Boeing. The 777. I'm gonna be making. I need to make an updated review on the 777. 300 at least. And the reason I have to do that is because the 777-300 is now actually available in 2024. Right. We got that update last week. Yeah. But anyway, it's available for 2024 now. So I need to do an updated review on it. Anyway, is it still worth its pride? And the answer is yes. But the other thing I need to note is I've gotten a little bit better with my reviews. With the 777 recently, or with all the plane reviews, right? I've done a number of them now, right? Plan and stuff. I need to plan some videos. I'm sure. just to work on while we're out. While I'm out. Anyway, I need to figure those out. So. Only about 80 miles from Heathrow now. We got about 100 chat miles to touchdown. We got 100 miles to touchdown. Ready to descend. I'm going to descend altitude to 0, 0. Ready. No Heathrow's online yet, though Terminal 5 looks extremely busy right now. Terminal 5 looks incredibly busy. Already in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 aircrafts. One pre-file. Still see 6 Heathrow takeoffs. One of them taxiing runway 27 right now. So. Traffic, good morning. Speedbird 2, then Juliet, about ready for descent. Going to be initially descending to level 200 on the new Grade 2 hotel arrival for Heathrow. And we'll begin our descent in roughly about 4 or 5 minutes. Traffic. I'm tired. It's been a minute since we last did one of these. Gonna buzz the cabin crew. Tell them cabin crew for descent. Cabin crew for descent. Cabin crew for about 30 minutes. Yeah, we got. Now we got roughly about. We got 26 miles till New They got about 90. We got about. Well, no. Yeah, we got about 100 miles to a touchdown. Not much longer than that, though. About 90 miles to a touchdown. Go ahead and throw in flight level 200 now. We'll take 54 speed. Actually, yeah, we're gonna aim for 170 to a bit, and then we can slow ourselves down and stop it. So we need to be interested now. Traffic, be advised, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, heavy, down descending, is level 200, level by Tobit. Still about 15 miles from Nugra 2 hotel, arrival Heathrow, Heathrow traffic. as we are descending, we need to slowly be increasing our speed a little. Yeah, now is definitely the right time to begin descent. We're kind of dropping in the sky here. Speed 290 knots. Actually, yeah, 200. That seems quite reasonable. Yeah, the fact that this top descent here is completely wrong. It's completely wrong. This is your first time using the new grid to hotel arrival Heathrow. Okay, approach briefing. Okay, actually I don't. One thing I do not have is updated comm data. Heathrow information: kilo, surface wind 270 degrees, 6 knots. Clouds broken 1,600 feet. That's good. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Happened UNH 1012. At time 15. So we should be getting another set here shortly. Keep our ground, keep our speed up. And I think 315 knots, that's probably about where I want to be at absolute max, right? Then rely off our vectors. .50 summit. And VNAV's ring fit. That's to be expected. Which will go in our VOR's on now. So we can pick up DME and when necessary. But for Heathrow, we always use DME because the Heathrow arrival procedure, though it doesn't actually say this. Every air traffic controller will say this, right? The Heathrow arrival procedure is once fully established, final approach for no matter the runway. Maintain 160 knots till 4 DME, or till 4 miles out. So, and that allows them to keep traffic moving in, keep traffic moving in, keep traffic moving in, giving them space correctly, but still at the same time. Now this one aircraft's not slowing down the rest of the pack at a busy arrival airport like Heathrow. So, in 160 knots, still 480. So, now the plane is requesting a little bit of drag. Actually, not worried. I get worried if we go up to 225 though. Not particularly worried right now. What else should I next? 150 level summit. Heathrow traffic speed bird 2, the Juliet heavy descending flight level 150 level by Sobbit. Heathrow traffic. We have traffic lighters. We have traffic climbing out of Birmingham. Sorry. We have traffic in the hole now. Holy right now, should we have traffic right now in the hole. Which I find extremely interesting on that Sunday. As y'all know, we do not hold at all. anyone on VATSIM knows that VATSIM people do not hold. I mean, I've only had to hold one. Well, sorry, I've legitimately held 3 times now. But I've only had to physically hold once. And we can still read some of them. And yeah, actually having 150 by level socket level where it is right now actually is very, very beneficial. Moving on to our speed a little. And we can make our speed 310 knots. Or 310 knots. Yeah, I think this might be another day of ATC gets online in about 10 minutes after that. So 122.8. Actually, Heathrow does have a dedicated CTAF frequency, but the CTAF trial does not act. The CTAF rules don't actually go to VATSIM because they have the vast majority of the traffic. Right? Ever flown into the UK on a busy Saturday? It's insane. It's actually quite insane. How busy London is, and especially Heathrow. I mean, Heathrow would be ground tower and those frequencies. They gotta get tower online because we got 1, 2 departures now. Still 5 aircraft in Terminal 5. We got a Virgin 250, right? Speedbird 2, eventually a direct stop it now, setting down to level 150. We'll begin our deceleration in a few moments. Heathrow traffic. Stop it next. Yeah, so I think they straight up. I think they should just rename that waypoint. I don't really know why, but I think they renamed that waypoint. Current winds up here are 248 degrees, 2 knots. That's a pretty big cross. We're going to settle in a moment. Come on, London, get online. Come on, London. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2, eventually at heavy, slowing speed 220 knots. Descending now, flight level 70 level by Bovington. Bravo, November, Heathrow traffic. Sending altitude, sending outlet 70. Just down a little bit by applying some speed brakes. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think they might have moved it because I think they might have moved the waypoint and given us a different waypoint because it kind of looks like Wesco is closer than Westcott was. Right. I can't lie about that. I'm around up here. Descending below 10,000, landing lights on. And we can go ahead and QNH. Kilo now. Wind 270 degrees. Oh, that's it. Okay, altitude. Sorry, QNH 1012. Medium pressure. Nothing special. And Heathrow traffic beyond Bovingdon, Bravo, November, speedbird 2, majorly is going to be relying off-road vectors off our ILS 27 left Heathrow. Yeah, they're very much using G79 for approaches right now. Virgin 3 November, headed to JFK and condition high. Yeah, at least we get the beautiful runway today. At least we get the scenic route. I much prefer. To be clear, runway 27 left at Heathrow is by far my favorite runway. By far my favorite runway at Heathrow. I'm not ready for flaps just yet, but upon reaching Bovingdon I will be. QNH 1012. I don't really understand why Air France is getting involved at Heathrow, because aside from emergency purposes, because I'm sorry, the two Air France's hub, both of them at both of Air France's hubs are like, I don't know, an hour away from by train. It's like, I really don't understand why Air France is landing at Heathrow at all. I really don't. And we've lost Scotland now. I think it's whatever. It's not in range. Traffic. We'll be getting an alert. Traffic alert minimum. We gotta keep an eye out for traffic right now. We should be seeing traffic. Down. And I think I said, what, 110 degrees? I'll go 120 degrees upon leaving Bovington. That's an interesting airport. Air France headed to Rome. I thought that was for Lufthansa, which does actually have a reason to be at Heathrow. Because that's actually that's a flight. Cabin ready. Perfect. No, damn, we need to decelerate now. So we're not ready for flaps just yet, but I will be here shortly. I'll tell you what, I'll take the heading of 130 degrees. I'll take the 130 degrees heading. Beautiful master expression. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, heavy, now descending, altitude 5,000 feet. And leaving Bovington, Bravo, November, with a heading of 130 degrees, Heathrow traffic. I'll get our localizer on. I get brush red on now. Setting now altitude 5,000 feet. Speed. Actually, we're on us to setting now altitude. Flaps one. I'll take flaps one now, please. And altitude 3,000 feet. Heathrow traffic, speedbird to Lima Juliet. A heavy descending now, altitude 3,000 feet for ILS 27 left, aiming for about 10-mile final. Heathrow. Sending now into the clouds. Any messages? We should be getting another one in a moment. Let's go ahead and take a look at how accurate it is. When it estimated 3.9 earlier, we'll take a look at how accurate it is. It's busy. I'll turn base in a moment. We'll make our base here in about. We'll make our base turn. And let's see here. Go. We'll make our base turn in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heathrow traffic speed bird 2, limit Juliet to heavy, turning with a heading of about 150 degrees to intercept the ILS 27 left to localize our Heathrow. Go ahead and extend the flaps 5 now. 180 knots. I think 39 is going to be right on the head of the nail there. I'll make that 1.6. We took that turn a little early. Going 70 knots. I think I'll take flaps 15 now. Beyond that, no real need. Runway turn off lights on in preparation for our landing operation. Perfect. Heathrow traffic speed bird 2, Lima Juliet, establishing ILS 27 left Heathrow. At about 7.5 mile final. Yeah, we definitely took that turn a little on the west side. Needed. Let's see here what the bridge itself. It is going to. One's correct. Actually, Heathrow traffic, speed bird 2 Lima Juliet needs to break off the approach for about 3 minutes. Troubleshooting the shield Heathrow. Yeah, we got about a 5 mile final there. Well, we can go ahead and start our speed now. We took that turn we took that base turn a little on the early side, so best case scenario then is we missed the approach, so technically we should be going all the way down, considering we're heading that turn, right? Which we didn't no need to do that, right? We're just gonna take the turn here. Heathrow traffic speed bird 2, Lima Juliet, re-entering a downwind ILS 27 left Heathrow. I don't want more flaps right now because that will lead to us. Yes, sometimes you mess up a little bit. I messed up there. I messed that up a little. So yeah, it's 3-9. If we had continued the approach, we would have been there. That was probably our so. We all make mistakes though. Good, we're starting now. I'll get the little pass. Here, we'll take that base trim. Heathrow ground online now. 122.705.
Heathrow traffic, Shamrock 91 Whiskey, pushing back to stand 224, Heathrow.
Heathrow traffic ground is online now. 121.705.
Go.
Heathrow traffic speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, heavy re-entering the base for ILS 27 left Heathrow. .705 once landed. Very, very quickly, and we can go ahead and grab the datas. It'll take a minute. He's just getting online now. So. There we go. Yeah, this is looking a lot better now. It's looking much better. Heathrow traffic speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, heavy, fully established ILS 27 left Heathrow. Gear down. Go. Flaps 20 now. Setting 160 now still. Okay. So here, into this. That's like the worst time. Arrival, runway 27 left, perfect. Seven-mile final. Check. Gear down, check. 25 now. Landing lights on, check. Just landing checklist complete in a moment. Number 3 set. Landing checklist complete, clear to land. Heathrow traffic speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, about a 5-mile final ILS 27 left Heathrow. We do have our runway in sight. I'll go ahead and take control of it in a moment. No rush to. Okay, runway now properly in sight. Okay. Flying manual. Heathrow traffic last call, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet. About a 4 mile final ILS 27 left. Last call, Heathrow. We are a little on the
1,000.
This bridge is not very stable at all. Ready to call out unstable approach and do another go around.
Heathrow traffic 06, you're spotting 227, right there, wing 2 Fox, Heathrow.
Approach not very good at all.
500.
Check. We are all over the place on this bridge. It's been a minute since I was for this aircraft.
Approaching minimums.
Continue.
Minimums.
Continue. This bridge is looking very, very busy.
100. 50. 30. 20.
Heathrow traffic, speedboat 39 Charlie, push start Stearns 534 and taxi runway 27 Alpha, speedboat Heathrow.
Heathrow traffic, ground is on line 121.705. Yeah, that landing was not perfect. The high-speed exit now. Heathrow traffic, runway 27 left has now been vacated. Just have to go ahead and give them a buzz now.
Gatwick traffic, spotting 39 November, departure runway 26 left, lane 15.
Okay, let's go ahead. Taxi lights on. Landing lights off. APU on. Round a buzz.
6 Alpha, stand 556. We have Alpha, Boeing, correction, Airbus A350 1000, and clearance to Lagos, please.
Speedbird 62 Alpha, Heathrow ground, good morning, cleared Lagos, max at 1 Foxtrot departure, squawk 0246.
Thanks very much, 0246, max at 1 Foxtrot departure, Speedbird 6 Alpha.
Speedbird 62 Alpha, correct.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet with Aegis vacator and runway 27 left.
Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, Heathrow ground, good morning to you, welcome to Heathrow. Left Alpha, Charlie, stand 541.
Left Alpha Charlie, stand 541, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, good morning to you as well.
Ground, good morning, sir. Speedbird 674, A320 on 522, we have Alpha 281013. Clearance, please, to Action.
Speedbird 674, Heathrow ground, good morning. Cleared Action, Datling 2 Foxtrot departure, squawk 6466.
Datling 2 Foxtrot 6466, squawk, Speedbird 674.
Speedbird 674, correct.
Auto brake off. You've landed, though it's not a great landing. It's still going to be short, but it's not a great landing. I want to put it on the channel. It'll have to be when the sails should have been go around. It absolutely should have been. I'm getting tired. It's 3:50, so. It's 3:50 right now. Here in Baltimore. We're going to be taxiing a little faster.
Glad to do so, like, you know, we're pushing out stand 54 and target.
Shuttle 8 Lima, Heathrow Ground, good morning. There's no flight plan for you, just check and refile.
Oh, what's it? Stand by.
Okay. It's Delta.
Shuttle 8 Lima, I've got your flight plan now, ready to copy?
My friend, so like, you know.
Shuttle 8 Lima, you cleared Edinburgh. Umlaut 1 Foxtrot departure. Squawk 5663. Information Alpha, QNH 1013.
Company on 1 Fox, booking on 5663. Information Alpha 1013 so like, you know.
Shuttle 8 Lima, correct. And report your aircraft type, please.
When I see 21 years, so like, you know.
Shuttle 8 Lima, thank you.
Turn here on to Charlie. Stand 5, 4, 1. Damn, he gave us a stand. Yeah, actually, it's not a bad stand. Stand 5, 4, 1. Okay. That's pretty good.
Ground Speedbird 612 for 556. We are ready for push and start once company's cleared behind us on Charlie.
Speedbird 612 for thanks. After the company 321 passes behind right to left. Stand 556, push and approve facing north.
If you want.
Thanks very much. Push start approved north, moving north after the company's passed behind Speedbird 612.
So like, you know, we're ready for taxi.
Shuttle 8 Lima, taxi second right Alpha, hold Pluto.
Second one Alpha, hold Pluto, so like, you know.
Okay. You got one engine off.
Thank you for Ground, very good.
Both engines off now.
7, QNH 103, press push start, please.
Shuttle 14 Golf, Heathrow Ground, good morning. Stand 507, push and start approved face north.
Push start approved, 507, facing north, shuttle 14 Golf.
Let's see what it does here. Because we don't actually have a jelly, not to my knowledge. Get stairs, unfortunately. Yep. Okay. Both engines are off now, right? Yes, they are. Okay. We can go ahead and turn off all these lights now. All of the nav lights, and then we can use some stairs. These engines are still churning a little bit, and that's the issue. 1 second for the stairs. In the meantime, though, yeah, both engines are off now. In the meantime, though, that would be the hydraulics as well. Get those off. Fuel pumps off. I was going to show you all the rats. I forgot to. Stairs. Request stairs, please. Aha. Upstairs, and then could we get a bus, please? Could I get a bus, please? Actually, maybe we'll get, no, it's not that. GSX. Maybe we'll try to get GSX up.
Couldn't find valid airport data at this position. Services are not available.
A liar. Damn. Actually, not mine today. Okay. And then cabin. Cargo.
Heathrow bound, very good morning. Speedbird 4 Tango Mike. PDC failed. Stands 323. Type 8 Central EO. Information Alpha QNH 1013. Request clearance to Gibraltar.
Speedbird 4 Tango Mike. Heathrow ground, good morning. Clear Gibraltar. Golfsy 2 Foxtrot departure. Squawk 3463. Information Alpha QNH 1013.
There we go.
Go C2 Foxtrot departure, score 3463, QNH 1013, Speedbird 4 Tango.
Speedbird 4 Tango Mike, correct. Break. Shuttle 8 Lima, nothing further, I'm afraid. Monitor 122 decimal 8, bye-bye.
Oh, 128 was, how are you?
Okay.
Shot 1 Golf, shot 1 4 Golf, taxi Alpha 6.
Shuttle 14 Golf, taxi Alpha, hold Alpha 6.
Alpha hold Alpha 6, shot 1 4 Golf.
Okay. Oh shit, we forgot the speed brakes up. I'm not worried. Okay. And I think, yeah, that's it. So, what a messy arrival in Heathrow, let's put it that way. We started it off really well. We mastered that descent, but we made that base turn a little on the early side.
Speedbird 674 on 522, ready push to start.
Shall we watch something?
Speedbird 674, stand 522, push to start cruise pacing.
Crystal approved, flight 674.
Speedbird 6 to Alpha 556, ready for taxi.
Speedbird 62 Alpha, taxi Bravo, corrected right Bravo, hold Python.
Thanks very much, Bravo for time. Speedbird 6 to Alpha.
Yeah, and then... Alright. Yeah, and I think that's going to do it from us. Thank you all so much for tuning in, if you did. And if you didn't, that's fine. I need to plan some videos. We're gonna do the planning for those probably live on camera on Friday is my aim. I'm aiming for some short hauls on Friday. And then, yeah. So aim for some short hauls on Friday. Aim for some, aim for another Baltimore Heathrow. I don't have no idea. Oh, here, no, for next week yet. Anyway, like I said, thank you all so much for tuning in, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye.